it on time, which I always try to be. So let me tell you what's going on here today. Um, the sun, the sun yellow, the sun, the color of God yellow. The sun has been in and out of the clouds several times since 5:30 this morning. And why was I up at 5:30 this morning? Well, they have uh, they have this thing they do in the Philippines. They call it a brownout, typically on Saturday morning. And then we're going to talk about the keto diet. It's working big time. But this is, well, you know what? We'll talk about the keto diet first because that's the header of the title. So today's day 24, and 6-7 weeks ago, I went into a shop to buy a pair of pants. Let me show you the pants. And actually the size I wanted. One of my subscribers was kind enough to buy me a pair of size 46 pants, a high quality too at that, black, and they just barely fit. They just barely fit 6 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And then, but 6 weeks ago, I went into a shop to buy size 46 pants in a uki uki store, which sells like used clothing. And they had one pair of 46 stretchables, which fit at the time, but they were stretched out. they were about as stretched out. That button was deadly on the stretchy button, but it was only to wear around the house, of course. But then there was a pair of 44s, and I said, you know what? Let me take those home in case I go on a diet. Contemplating to be going on a diet, and then, of course, the Del Fuego talked me into going on to the keto diet. So I bought a pair of size 44 pants, and this is the pants. They're a really good make. It's called Columbia. They're sold very rarely. Columbia shorts are sold outside of a company called REI. I've never seen them sold outside. And REI has the best sporting clothes website, best sporting quality equipment, in my opinion, in the world. There's another one that comes almost close to it, but not, I don't think it's up to REI standards, or it was not 10 years ago. I forgot the name of it. I'll try to remember. Anyway, Columbia shorts are a quality and a name brand that in 2001, I bought on sale in the fall of 2001. I bought 10 pairs of water shoes and about 15 pairs of Columbia shorts. And those shorts are used for work, play, and on the boat because they are a quality material that what they call wicking. Some of it, the water wicks off the material. They're water shorts. The sneakers are water sneakers, water shoes, they call them. And I bought these pair. They would not fit. The 44s, no, not going to happen. Couldn't even get them over my thighs, let alone close the button. But today, I put them on and they fit fine. They look like they're the right size. So we went from a bloating 46 down to a snug 44 in 24 days. So it's a total of 10 inches off my waist, a total of 10 inches off my chest, and 2 cup sizes, and 3 inches off each thigh, because as I said, that my thighs wouldn't fit through the shorts. The legs wouldn't go much past my knee. Now they fit right up to my torso. So the weight is coming off. Now, no more inches off the waist. Although, between the waist and the chest is getting smaller, at the waist itself remains the same now, 5 days, 47 and a half inches, which is 10 inches less than it was 24 days ago. So I'm okay with that. The only thing that's changed in my diet is today and the previous 2 days, I had a keto friendly breakfast of 1/2 of a small avocado and 2 eggs. And that is what the keto diet experts call the breakfast of champions. Now, I don't know about you, but I never saw an avocado till I lived in California in 1970. Yeah, 1970, the summer of 1970. And there are avocado trees all over the place in California. Orange, lemon, and avocado trees, they're like weeds. And I practically lived on them back in 1970. Then I went back to the same friend of mine in 1980, 10 years later. And there were avocado trees again everywhere. He had a whole 6 acres of property that had avocados, lemons, and oranges on the trees. But you could drive down the block, and the avocados were falling off the avocado trees onto the sidewalk and just going to waste. And because it almost is like a weed. They grow so many avocados off a tree they couldn't even sell them. So they just let them fall on the ground and, get washed away into the street. But I like them. And the way I eat an avocado is with ketchup. I don't put salt or pepper or anything else on it. I put a dab of ketchup next to the avocado. I take a piece of avocado and I just dab the bottom of the spoon into the ketchup very lightly. So there's a minimal amount of ketchup. I don't put ketchup on the avocado, just on the bottom of the spoon. And then when I eat it, I taste the ketchup and the avocado. And that, although people say, how could you eat ketchup on an avocado? Let me tell you something. Once you try it, you're going to like it. So I had a half of an avocado and 2 eggs, 2 soft-boiled eggs. And I did this for the last today and the 2 previous days because I noticed during the day I would get weak. But the last 2 days, I did not get weak in the knees or tired like I did before. So it's a minimal amount of caloric intake, almost 0 carbohydrates, and does not throw you off the keto diet. So that's what I had, the breakfast of champions, an avocado and 2 eggs. It's in the keto diet manifest of what is good to eat for breakfast. It's like the #1 breakfast. So we did that. Now, in regards to what I'm going to do today, the sun is peeking in and out. So that's enough for me to go paint it yellow or go to hello, baby. So that's what we're going to do. So the first thing I'm going to do is bring the camera out. And in order to paint the side of the cargo container 2, I'm going to have to back up the machine and then put the boom on top of the cargo container. So it's out of the way, so you'll be able to watch the yellow happen. The yellowing of the cargo container it's a happening event. It's kind of like Woodstock, but with yellow paint. It's almost the same thing. Woodstock was an amazing thing in the annals of history, and painting things yellow. Eventually, like the Arlo Guthrie song, and Arlo Guthrie actually and I lived less than 1,000 feet away. I actually met him several times. He used to hang out at the park 2 blocks from my house. Arlo Guthrie lived on in the low 90s street on 163rd, I think it was, and I lived on 162nd to 163rd on 99th Street. So he only lived 9 short blocks away from me. Alice's Restaurant. Remember that song? You can get anything you want. Well, you can paint anything you want yellow. If you have enough yellow paint, you could paint the world yellow. You could paint, and if you had enough rope that you painted yellow, if you had enough rope that you could paint yellow, you could put that rope together into a massive, what we call a houser in the dock and deck building industry. And the houser could be anything bigger than 4 inches is considered a houser, and that's for towing barges and scows or making up to ships, a hawser with a barge or a scow, or making up to a dock. You could make a hawser big enough to tow the Earth, the flat Earth, out of its orbit from the moon, or tow the moon out of its orbit from the Earth. If you had a big enough hawser and the ropes were painted yellow, although they wouldn't have to be painted yellow, you could just tow the Earth out of its orbit if you had a big enough rope. Everybody knows this. It's proven. If even though gravity, which doesn't exist, has a force that wants to maintain a so-called orbit around Earth, if you had a big enough yellow rope, you could pull the moon away from the Earth and destroy the whole world with one big yellow rope. That's a fact. You could ask any scientist, any physicist, anybody that understands arm and moment and vectors. Oh, you could vector the moon right off the orbit of the Earth with a big enough yellow rope. It's possible. I mean, it's not probable that you could get a rope around the moon, but maybe we can't do it. But of course, the aliens could do that, no problem. They have alien ships that are multiple miles long, and the U.S. government knows about that. So inside those alien ships, they could have giant yellow ropes. It's possible. I'm not saying that it is what it is. They may have a different way. Maybe they have yellow cable, which is smaller than yellow rope. But they could screw the moon up from the Earth and destroy all life on the Earth. We know that. They know that. The government knows that. They've known it for years. So now that I'm done with my theoretical science lecture, what else are we going to talk about today? Oh, yeah. When I'm done painting, the reason I'm painting is because inside the cargo container, the temperature probably goes up to 135 to 140 degrees every day in the sun when it's sunny out. That's just too much temperature to go in and work for a very long time. So I plan on taking the shelves from the shed that's on the side of cargo container 1, has 2-foot by 4-foot industrial grade stainless steel and chrome plated steel shelves, 2 feet wide, 4 feet long, and 6 feet high. I plan on taking those shelves out of the shed area when I break down the walls and the roof and put those in the cargo container number 2. But the heat in there is just too much. You go in there, it's 135 degrees, even with a fan. I do it when I need something, but I really need to get in there. And I didn't have metal shelving until today or tomorrow to put in there. And I wasn't about to go buy metal shelving when I already have it. So that's going to be paint it yellow or go to hello first, and then finish removing the exterior shed from cargo container 1 and getting those shelves ready to move into cargo container 2. Also, we want to know, there was a gentleman who keeps posting videos about my ex-girlfriend. It's 2 years now, dude. It's 2 years and you're still talking about Daisy May and I breaking up. 2 years? Don't you have anything new to talk about? So anyway, I was listening to an old video because we're setting up videos to give to the authorities. Which videos are going to go to the authorities? Cybercrimes, to be more specific. And I'm listening to this guy call my ex-girlfriend Daisy May, saying that she looks like a cockroach yesterday morning before I went to work. Well, Daisy May was a very pretty girl. I don't have no idea what she looks like now, but she was a very pretty girl. She didn't look like a cockroach. And then this same famous YouTube blogger said she was skinny, wasn't his type. Okay, but why do you have to call her a cockroach? Or say she looks like a cockroach? So what we want, when I say we, there's a group of us that are putting together videos to give to the authorities. That's a fact. Don't make any mistake about that. That's a fact. That's going to happen. But we want to know why you call several bloggers' girlfriends ugly. One you call Skeletor in one of your modes. You had a thing about calling a woman that we call Princess Anne Skeletor. It's in video format. It's not like you could dismiss this as an accusation. It's reality. But she does not look like Skeletor. Skeletor is some sort of cartoon character, but she looks like a woman in the Philippines. But you have to degrade every woman on YouTube. So what we want to know, and there's a group of us, don't make any mistake about it. It's happening, dude. It's happening. We're putting together videos to bring to the authorities. Aside from the Mushroom Man song, which is a different authority than cybercrimes, although they will all be in touch with one another eventually. We want to know what your previous girlfriends look like. And possibly if you have any pictures of your previous girlfriends, because you posted that you have somehow dated 125 different women. And you also made other derogatory comments about what you did with those women, which I won't repeat. So you have basically dated 125 women plus whatever else you did with them that you said you did with them, which we don't know whether it's true or not. But you've dated 125 women and you pretend yourself to be a photographer. So what we want to know, what we'd like to see is pictures of any of your previous girlfriends with you, maybe out on a date, maybe at a restaurant, at a park, at a picnic, just something. I have lots of pictures of my ex-girlfriends, but I don't call them my conquests. They were my ex-girlfriends. You have a different viewpoint on what they were to you, but most people, normal people that go through life, they date somebody for a period of time and then they no longer find that person interesting, and for whatever reason they go their separate ways, but they don't spend weeks and months talking about other people's breakup relationships. What in the world makes you special that you can talk about, let's say, Flywoods, for instance, that you can talk about and make this stuff up? You have no proof that Flywoods' wife somehow screwed him out of a house. When I know Flywoods, and I've heard the actual story, and so have you, but you want to embellish. You want to make up a story to make Flywoods look like a bad guy. Well, that's going to backfire on you, of course, but what gives you the right to talk about Flywoods' ex-wife? What gives you the right to talk about my ex-girlfriend Daisy May? For 2 years, you don't stop. 2 years, you still mentioned Daisy May last week in a video. Today is, what is it, August 20th? I don't even know what day it is. Let me take a look. August 21st? It's 2 years plus, and you're still talking about Daisy May. Flywoods broke up with his wife a very long time ago. I don't know. But you're still talking about him. You talked about Dave Phelps' girlfriend. You called her a bar girl. You don't know that. You have no proof of that. But of course, you hide behind the camera and you make up stories because you know the law. The law is no face, no case to the NBI. But cybercrimes is a completely different animal. They accept videos with no face. They'll do a voice analysis or voice comparison, and they'll be okay with that. So, but what gives you the right to talk about Roberto's wife? Roberto's wife, now, I don't even like Dave Phelps. There's no love lost between me and Dave Phelps. But to talk about Dave Phelps' wife, when he's never talked about your girlfriend, who you said was your wife and you got caught in a major lie. For 3 years, you lied about whether your girlfriend was your wife or not. And then when you got caught with that, you go, well, I did it. You did it because you're a liar. You didn't do it for any other reason. You did it because you're a liar and you used that as leverage that your wife could file charges against, I think it was Roberto at the time. But what gives you the right to talk about Roberto without knowing the facts that Roberto's wife and him are separated and they live in two different places? You don't know that. You have no proof of that. And if you have proof of it, then you should post it in the videos that you talk about it in. Now, I don't really care for Roberto either, but I'm going to defend the fact that you can't just go around posting things about people's wives and girlfriends without proof. When I went to New York, you posted day after day after day after day, video after video after video after video after video, that while I was in New York, Daisy May was cheating on me. You can't prove that. There's no proof of that. In fact, from almost the day I left for New York, I paid for Daisy's mother to come to Bohol to stay in our house until I was coming back from New York. So Daisy's mother was basically in Bohol for, I was gone 65 days. Daisy's mother was here almost the entire time. And yet you claim that Daisy was cheating on me. Daisy wasn't that kind of girl, and her mother would not condone it. But you said it. So that's going to cybercrimes as well. So I'm going to tell you right now, you have no right to talk about, and anybody that mentions your so-called wife or so-called girlfriend, you go ballistic. Well, you're about to go ballistic when you come back to the Philippines and find out that there are multiple people that want to have an interview with you, and even 2 days from now, you might get upset. But you ratted me out to the building department after I said for 2 years I have plans and permits. And I'm going to call the building department. Somebody should call the building department. He has no plans. He has no permits. He has no structural drawings. I have all of that. I told you for 2 years. And yet you sent somebody, or one of your lackeys sent somebody to my house to investigate my permit and whether or not my permit was current, if it was the correct permit to do the job I'm doing. You still, after 2 years, after I told you for 2 years that I have permits and plans, even after I showed people the plans and permits, but not the signed, with the signatures on the bottom of the permits, you still sent inspectors to my house? Well, I say that I have a message. Hold on a second. I say that you, for calling out day after day after day people that send the inspectors to my house, or you doing it, which you are so happy. You are such a happy person when you're doing something malicious or maligning to somebody else. You made it a point. I don't have permits. I don't have plans. I don't have this. I don't. And I did. But yet you sent the inspectors to my house. And they said someone complained that you were doing work on the property without the proper permit. And I said, well, there's the permit number. Look it up. Here are the plans. Take a look. They said, carry on, Mr. Fazio. Well, they said, carry on, Michael. So, but then when we went online to look up whether or not all of your structural work done on your house was up to code, we can't find permits for certain things. So I have the ability, I have the right as a human being. It's on my side, the law, that if I feel that there is something in violation on a property, I'm not going to do it anonymously. I'm going to put my name, my address, and my telephone number on a form, and I'm going to ask some people to go out and do some inspections. And if I'm wrong, well, we can't find any permits pulled for certain work. If I'm right, and the inspectors say, well, no big deal, well, God bless you. Of course, God bless you. You got away with it. But from my perspective, from my understanding, no house can ever be sold if there's not an inspection and a permit for the work done. So you can keep the house forever, but to sell the house with an unpermitted violation, if they find a violation on your property, you won't be able to sell the house until you correct that issue. So you sent them to my house, or one of your lackeys sent them to my house after you begging for weeks to send them to my house. So now we're gonna go. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So I could have did it. I just didn't have time to do it this week. I have a lot of stuff I'm doing. I'm ordering equipment from overseas. I'm talking with terms with customs brokers and inspectors and the customs dock in Manila to get this stuff into the Philippines. I just don't have the time to do everything I want to do. And again, you keep saying I can't build this hotel and that I'm broke. Oh yeah, that's a great point. He's broke. Dude, I spend 3 times as much money as you every month for 6 months now. How am I broke? Do you think that people are giving? Oh yeah. That's what you think. You think people are giving me money off the books. Here's some cash. You reported when I showed you myself making a bank deposit. You reported me to the IRS. You are what is known as a rat in on street terms, or you're a person that likes to expose other people's wrongdoings. Well, that money came from one bank in America to a second bank in the Philippines, noted, and from that bank into a third bank into a peso account in the Philippines. And I don't have to report that until next April 15th. But you made a big deal. I want to report. Go ahead and report me, dude. Do it. You reported me to the IRS, according to your words. You reported me to the building inspectors, or one of your lackeys reported me to the building inspectors. You are responsible for having my super chat removed from my first channel. You're going to be responsible to take Roberto's channel down, Dave's channel down, RRR channels down, and several other, the Pinoy Trolls channel down. You're responsible for all of these malicious acts against other YouTubers. So now I'm going to take the law into consideration, and I'm going to do what is perfectly legal on Monday and file an accurate report as to what my friends, shall we say, and myself cannot find for your property. We cannot find permits for a major renovation on your property. All we want to do is make sure that the house is livable, that it was done properly, the work was permitted properly. That's all. We don't want to hurt you in any way, but you want to hurt everybody else. So that's what's happening on Monday. Now, I also have to talk to a customs broker in Manila on Monday who's going to give me the name of a customs broker in Cebu. Then I have to talk to my the customs house in Manila. That's the port. The port of Manila is a customs dock. And then they're gonna refer me to somebody at the customs dock in Cebu, and then I have to talk to my customs broker because I'm not gonna. He's gonna get a truck to put the equipment on. We'll put the truck on a ship in Cebu. We'll take the ship from Cebu to Bohol, drive the truck down the main road in Bohol to my house, and I'll take the equipment off the back of the truck. So I ordered a $1,500 rebar bender plus shipping plus freight and plus the customs fees, a $1,500 rebar cutter, a commercial rebar cutter that cuts up to 1.5-inch steel. It will cut a 1.5-inch steel bar, and the bender will bend a 1.5-inch steel bar. This is commercial grade products, and I ordered some other miscellaneous handheld items, rebar benders and cutters. So go ahead and report that too. Go ahead, report that. I'm building a hotel, dude. I'm allowed to import materials as long as I pay my customs fees, just like I did with the cargo container. The cargo container had several $1,000s of customs fees, paid, done, all legal. You can't bring things into the Philippines that aren't legal. In fact, that material would still be on the customs dock in Cebu. Well, they'd sell it after a year, but I would never have been able to pick it up if it wasn't legal. But you can't get it through your head. You can't get it through your head that I have enough money to move forward with my project. You're reporting me to this. You're reporting me. You're a rat, dude. On the street, you're a rat. On the street, you would probably have no friends, even if you were still around. They'd probably tell you to move. The way you go around ratting people out, I wouldn't be surprised if someone just walked up to you and said, "This is not a good state to be in. Take a walk." You just love ratting people out. And now look where it ended up. Look where you ended up. You ended up ratting me out from another country. And now we did research. Research was done. People have the research documented, and we can't find permits. We're afraid that you're living in a house that could collapse on you. We're looking out for you. We're like the government. We're here to help. So that's my plan for today. And hold on. Okay, I'm done with even as we speak, information comes across the board. More and more information. There are people out there that truly, you say people don't like me. There are lots of people that have delved into your past. None of them like you. Now they may say some negative things about me, so that they get on your good side, or just because they're sick in the head. But there's a lot of people out there that really, really, really don't like you. I mean, sincerely don't like you. Not that they want to hurt you, but if they can do something to you Legally, they want to. So what time is it? I had my first pill at 5:30. Okay. Second pill, 9:30. Every 4 hours. Okay. Where you come off calling other people's wives and girlfriends derogatory names, I don't know, man. There's something wrong with that. You've never heard me talk about anybody else's wife or girlfriend. Never. Because if you want to go out with an ugly woman, or they want to go out with an ugly woman, hey, Philip, we're just talking about being on the street, and what it's like if you're a rat. Philip, Philip and I grew up together. Philip could tell you what happens to rats in New York City, but we don't want Philip to embellish on that. But Philip actually, without getting into anything, an entanglement on YouTube, I asked a question as to whom I was speaking about. If you know that person, what was his last name? The banker. That's one way of putting it. And Philip, he knew my friends. Let's say they were my friends. I lived in the banker's son-in-law's house for a little over a year. I grew up with the banker's children, just 1,200 feet away from the banker, and he knows who I'm talking about. So I'm just talking about the street. You would be asked to leave and don't come back. Believe me when I tell you that, because you're a rat, and no one even wants you around, because you might hear something that you should not repeat, and you would repeat it, and you would be in jeopardy of being seriously asked to leave next time. But because you're a rat. By nature, you're a rat. Not Philip. I'm talking about the guy who ratted me out to the building code. Thank you. Hey, Philip, I've been following your motorcycle journey. I got to give you credit, man. I got to give you credit. The fact that you can get on a motorcycle at your age, at our age, and drive thousands and thousands of miles on a motorcycle across the country, and some of those places that you've been, I've been to as well. I don't remember the name of the highway, but coming over, I think the most spectacular part of my journey, going up the road towards Sedona, was coming over the Rio Grande. Okay? Now, at the top of the hill, which my truck barely made it up to the top. I was in first gear when I hit the top of that hill. At the top of the hill, where it says you are entering the Rio Grande, like, so many miles. At the top of that hill, on the right side, headed towards Sedona, was an Indian stand, and like where all the booths were Indian booths. They sold cigars, they sold headdresses, they sold costumes, Indian jewelry, and I had a spiritual experience in that parking lot. I can't tell you how much it shook me up. But so when I got to the top of that hill, just before you see the Rio Grande, right at the top, on the right side, there was a mountain. So I got in, I pulled into the parking lot. You're allowed, in 1993, you were allowed to park in the lot all night and sleep there. Many campers and vans were there. And you wait for the stands to open up in the morning. You get fresh orange juice or fresh, coffee or Indian food, whatever you want, or you could buy a headdress. So I get out of the van and I'm looking around and it's weird. There's cars there, but there's nobody. Nobody. It's freezing cold, way freezing cold. It's probably down around 30 degrees, and I had my dog with me, which he had to take a walk. So we walked over to the left side of the stands where the Indians were, and I look up, and on the mountain then it goes up. Then there's a mountain on top behind the Indian stand, and I look up, and there's giant animals on the side of the mountain goats, right? So I'm looking up and I'm going, wow, look at that. They put a bunch of plastic mountain goats up on the mountain. But they were real. They were real. And then they started, when I looked up and I'm watching, they started walking around. I'm going, oh, God, those things are real. So I remember that. And they were like a whitish gray color. So that was amazing. So then I go back to my truck. Now, I'd have to look in my journal. But I had the elk. The elk are huge as well. Yeah, all the animals up there. It's like something called high plains. Whatever was up there was huge. I could, they were huge animals all over that whole area. Not just on the top of that mountain, the mountain goats, but all over there were things. So the dog and the dog and I were together, and the dog disappears down the mountain. He's chasing something. And he goes down into the valley behind the Indian stands. And I could see him disappear into the darkness. Whatever he was chasing, I don't know what it was. Could have been anything. Could have been a jackal. Could have been a wolf. I have no idea. I kissed him goodbye. And he was a tough dog. He was a Doberman Shepherd, pinch and mix. But I said, he's not coming back, because we have, in that area there's mountain lions and bobcats and who else knows what's there. But he went after something and just disappeared. So I had to stay there the whole next day, waiting for him to come back. I said, well, I'll give him a day. And he came back like about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all tired. No damage to him, but he was tired. Like, he must have been running around for the last 10 hours. Well, anyway, I got back to the van, and when I went to sleep, I had dreams that were so real. I have it written down in my journal what the dreams were about. I don't remember them now, but they were so real. They were waking me up, and I was looking around and like for the people that were in the dreams. So it was a spiritual high place for the Indians, but it gave me some crazy dreams. But then from that point on, then when you come over that hill, eventually you come over the top of the hill and you see the Rio Grande. Now, as I said, I had to wait for the dog till the afternoon. And then I decided, you know what? I've been driving for days. Let me take a nap. So the dog, he needed water. He needed to be fed. He went to sleep right in the back of the van. So when I took a nap, I woke up, it was dark. And so I went over the hill and I looked and on the map, and it was the Rio Grande on the other side. And I'm looking at the Rio Grande and it's lit up like a Christmas tree. It's like there's the Rio Grande, however many miles it is, 12 miles by 12 miles or bigger or smaller. There's millions and millions and millions and millions of lights. An entire city is in the Rio Grande. And I'm going to myself, none of this was here in the John Wayne movies. The Rio Grande was empty when you came over the top of that hill. It was just a big empty space. That was, and what had happened to the Rio Grande in, 50 years from when John Wayne was making movies there, the movie Rio Grande, what happened was amazing. And there was no space in the Rio Grande that wasn't lit up. I found it a little sad, to be truthful. So I went down. I wanted to experience the Rio Grande, right? It's a giant slum down there. It's a giant slum. That's what it is. No matter where I went, for the 45 minutes or an hour I was there, yeah, no matter where I went, there were beggars and people set up on the side of the road with shopping carts, and it was disgusting. People coming up to the car wanting to clean the windows and stuff like that. I said, this is not where I want to be, man. So I left. I mean, no one bothered me, but that's not the point, man. You expect some beautiful Casa del Grande, but nothing like that. There was nothing. It was just a giant slum. So I left, and I moved on. I moved on to that was the next place I went to, Flagstaff, and I stayed just outside the college, about 10 minutes away from the Flagstaff College, and there was a bar called Granny's Bar, and that was the first place I went to, Granny's Bar. They had 25-cent chicken wings. So, but if you bought the Granny's beer mug, which was like 25 or 28 ounces, a giant glass mug. I don't know how big it is. Big. It's very big. I still have it somewhere. If you bought the Granny's mug and you got refills, the wings went from 25 cents to 10 cents. And you could buy like, 5 or 10. 5 of them would fill you up. They were big wings. They weren't small chicken wings. So I met a guy named Matt, M-A-T-T there. And we were talking, and he was a cool dude. And his hobby was, well, he worked at the Holiday Inn as a manager. So he said to me, I can get you a room at the Holiday Inn for like $17. And you could sleep there. You could stay there as long as you want. So I said, okay. So I got a room, pretty sure it was the Holiday Inn. I'd have to look at my logbook, but I'm 90%. He could get rooms anywhere. As a manager, he could get rooms in any of the local hotels. So I stayed there for a few nights, and I explored Flagstaff as much as it could be explored. Matt and I and one of Matt's buddies, we went to from Flagstaff. So what I did was I moved into Matt's house because he said, I'll rent you out the house for $100 a month. You just buy your own food. I'll rent you out a room. Well, actually, the couch. He said, you could stay on the couch for $100 a month and you buy your own food, and then I'll show you around when I'm off. So we went to the Grand Canyon. Matt, I have pictures of us at the top of the Grand Canyon before we descended, and I ran out of film. But I have pictures of 2 feet of snow at the top of the Grand Canyon, and ice and icicles, and everything was frozen tundra. This was probably in January. And when we got to the bottom of the Rio Grande, you could go swimming. I mean, the bottom of the Grand Canyon, you could go swimming in 90-degree weather. It was really trippy. So I stayed there for a couple of weeks. And then Matt's dad lived in Phoenix. And Phoenix was a place I was going to visit anyway. My friend lived on 9th Street and Camelback. And Camelback is the main road in Phoenix. And his name was Kenneth. We grew up next door to each other since I was 5 and he was 3. So we were right neighbors. So Matt took me to Phoenix to visit his dad. And his dad was a government weapons destroyer. So the government would send all the weapons that they confiscated to his warehouse, and he would destroy the guns or dismantle them for the government and then somehow document that. And when I walked into this warehouse, there was barrels and barrels and barrels and barrels of guns, gun stocks, pistols, rifles, you name it. It was in the warehouse. and that was really interesting. And they were all set. They all had tags on them. He was an actual government, worked for the government. That was I could tell you a story about that, but I probably shouldn't. But anyway, so after a while, I said to Matt, well, I had been to Sedona back and forth. It's like an hour and 15 minutes back and forth to Sedona. I said to Matt, I'm going to go live in Sedona for a while. I'll see you later. So I left and moved to Sedona. And but Flagstaff was, it was cold, what I remember, Philip, and then it was also a lot of Indians, poor, very poor Indians. They were literally making beads and headdresses and stuff in shops. Somehow I got to see inside of the shops where they worked. I don't know how. I don't remember how I got in or why I was there, but they were literally making handcrafts with their hands for survival, just to survive. And they were all drinking. They all drank every day, men and women. So that's what I remember. Now, the Chapel of the Holy Cross, I don't remember. I'd have to look in my journal. I don't even, if the Chapel of the Holy Cross was in Sedona, I went there. I went to every historical site. But if it was in Flagstaff, I couldn't tell you if I went there or not. Yes, it's in Sedona. Is that, yeah, then it's like on a rock, if I remember correctly. Everything's on a rock. Yeah, I went to every site in Sedona. I went to Teapot Restaurant, Tea Kettle Restaurant it was, Teapot or Tea, look, because it was on a hill that was shaped like a teapot. I went to seven, what was that, the seven ponds, not seven ponds, seven puddles, the seven puddles on the side of a mountain. One puddle is about 4 foot in diameter when it's filled. And then a few feet away is like a puddle about 3 feet in diameter when it's got water in it, but it didn't have water in it. And then a few feet away is a puddle that's like 2 feet in diameter. And then there's like one that's 1 foot in diameter, and it goes down to like a puddle about this big if it rains. And they call that seven puddles or seven ponds or seven. And it takes you like a half a day to walk that. But you gotta see seven puddles, seven ponds, seven this. I'm going, yeah, let's go. I'm thinking that they're going to be like 7 lakes. There's 7 puddles. The biggest one is like 4 feet. And that's what they call a tourist attraction. Then I went to the big cave in Sedona that smelled like urine and fecal matter. And a woman brought me there. And you look out from the cave from a big hole in the side of the cave. And I walked in and I'm going, this place stinks. But it's a historical Indian site. It's where Indians used to live to get away from the weather. I'm going, this place stinks. I'm leaving. I left. She came with me, but I didn't want to. The cave. Everybody that ever went in the cave, it's inside the cave. It doesn't rain in there, so the urine everywhere on the floor and the walls just was like a yellow glue everywhere. It just stunk like you wouldn't believe. Because it doesn't rain inside a cave. God, that place was disgusting. Anyway, I couldn't, Philip says, I couldn't do much when I went there because it was raining. There's not much to do there. When it rains, everybody just stays inside their dwelling. There's nothing to do. No, everything shuts down. Same when I went there in 1993, it snowed for days. I don't know who you are. Bebop Only Vendetta. I'm here, Fazio. Oh, yeah, I know who you are. How you doing? So I'm not subscribed to your channel. I don't even know that you have a channel. I didn't know you were still making videos. Well, I know that you went through some hard times there, yeah? You're here now. Here now being here in Bohol, or here now being here in the Philippines? You're welcome. I'll repost it if you want. I have to find it. And oh, you're here in the stream. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here. You're a blogger. See, I have rules that I set up. No, I could look it up. Yeah, I could look it up on in my video list if you remember the name. Do you remember the name of the video? Did it have your name in the title? I'll look it up. Um, yeah, I welcome blogger. I welcome bloggers to come to my channel, but I don't welcome people that don't have videos posted. I'm not interested. If you don't have videos posted, I'm really not interested in what you have to say. Philip Gaynor, not only did somehow we grow up in the same neighborhood. No, let me look up the let me look up your name, and I'll look up. Hold on a minute. I'll look up the name Bbots. Do I remember the video? I have 7,338 videos that I've made since on that channel only, and another 2,000 on my new channel. So 9,000 videos. To remember the name of each one, not likely. But let's. I'll take a look, and I'll look it up with your name, Bbots. Okay, let's get to my videos page. Just give me a minute. Hold on. Bbots. Bbots. Okay, we have a. Okay, oh yeah. Well, I don't know if this is the one you're talking about. I have a Bbots child photographer achieves long sought after lifetime award. Is that the one? I have that one. And then I have this one. Bbots only on extended vacation. Bbots, there's more to the title, but I won't read it. Bbots only on extended vacation in the Philippines. And then there's one with your name in it, but it doesn't have anything in the title. So if it's not one of those two, it's got to be under a different title. But you're welcome to leave comments in the comment section because you're a blogger. I allow bloggers to leave, but I'm yeah. All right. So what's your point, Mark? Talk about you now. Go ahead. Say what you want to say. I'm waiting. If you have a point, please go ahead and make it. So I'm wrong on my video. Well, yeah, I guess everybody was wrong about you according to how you went about things certainly painted a different picture from what the end result was. No, no longer do you have free room and board. That's true. But Daisy and I watched videos of you, and so did everyone else. Whereas you were buying candy bars for 12-year-old girls so that they would take pictures with you. Well, that's what you did. So there are multiple videos. Okay, so now if you think that you're going to threaten me somehow, the conversation's over. What what happened to you. That you're not. I don't know what threat, but you should think what you say. This is a public forum. Where is the threat? That's the threat. You should think what you say. This is a public forum. That's basically telling me to watch what I say. That's a threat. No, I'm not wrong about you buying candy bars for children. That's documented. Are you telling me you never bought candy bars for children? We can go back to the rebar bender. Thank you, Philip. Okay, so you're not going to box me into a corner, B-Bots. Absolutely not. I didn't say anything wrong. Not at the time. Not for the picture you painted. Okay, bye-bye, B-Bots. You have had your say. You've had your say. Oh, this guy is persistent, yeah? Philip, yeah, eventually I'll get the machines through Alibaba and through their website. So, um, well, this guy is persistent, yeah? So, the end result was after 2 weeks of working with a Chinese woman. I'm not really that interested. Okay, leave a link. I'll take a look. The end result is after working with a woman for 2 weeks, um, I got finally, for what I asked her for, she finally gave it to me. No, I'm not looking for the link right now, but I'll take a look. Listen, if you're here, what you're basically here for is some FaceTime on YouTube. Although I don't have a lot of people watching, but I'll take a look at your link. I'm interested to see what you have to say. You're here because not just myself, but everybody involved believed a certain thing happened. That's why you're here, and you're doing exactly what you used to do. You're doing public relations here. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So you're doing public relations here. Look, I'm going to ask you. I'll take a look for the link, and if it's there, I'll let it stay. And if I can't see it, you'll have to figure out another way to get me the link to take a look. Hold on a minute. So eventually, Philip, the Chinese lady, gave me what I wanted. And this morning at 5 o'clock, 5:30. No, you can't put the link there because you're not a wrench. So I don't think you could put the link there. Let's see, where the heck are we right here? Excuse me. Excuse I'm not giving you a wrench, dude. Forget that. Put the name of the video down, and I'll look it up by the name of the video. And that's we're about done. Our conversation is over. I'll take a look at the video later. You're not going to disrupt my live stream any more than you already have. I'm really not that interested in hearing what you have to say, but I will listen to it. I'll listen to your side of the story. But do you think the entire Philippines got it wrong? Hey, I'm going to ask you to go away now. Put the name of the video down. Put the name of the video down and leave. Really, leave. I'm not kidding you. So you won't, of course, because that's your nature. You're a very persistent person, that's for sure. Adios, B-bots. Goodbye. No, I'm not going to say I was wrong. I'm not going to say I was wrong. Now that's a threat. Face the consequences, right? Now that's a threat. Goodbye, B-bots. Goodbye, B-bots. I'm about ready to hide you on the channel. Dude, you see what you're doing here? You're trying to get a reaction from me. You're not going to get a reaction from me. So, Philip, eventually, let me copy this down. Eventually, the Chinese woman that I ordered the materials from gave me what I wanted about 5 o'clock this morning, and I'm okay with her process, because finally she explained to me how the process works to bring equipment into the Philippines. But prior till today, Philip, it was vague. It was 7 days plus 10 days, and the port of origin was never stipulated. The port of destination, the port of customs was never stipulated. It took 5 days, back and forth emails for 5 days to get the information I requested from her. Oh, it's too late. I just copied everything down and screenshotted it. So, you want me to read the comments back? I'll read the comments back. Let's go to the document. You take responsibility for your actions and face the music what you said. You are wrong. You know so much about the law. You're a foreigner on a temporary visa. That's a fact, not a threat. You are attacking a natural-born citizen of the Philippines. That's the law. You know the law. You know. And I have all that before that as well. We could go through the whole thing. Where is the threat? If you are wrong, we can go back to the rebar bender. What are you wrong about? You can't admit that you did not say anything wrong. Vendetta, are your words. Get it through, Alibaba. Vendetta title. Free room and board forever. Vendetta made reaction to your video if interested. You get the combination bender and rebar bender from Philip. Somebody should have done you in, said Bruce Davis. I'll leave a link. I copied it and screenshotted it. So why if you didn't say anything wrong or threatening, did you delete it? Okay, so moving on. You're not welcome on my page anymore, so don't comment anymore. Do me and you a favor. Bomber's Waffle House is here in the house. Let's see what we got here. Bebot's Vendetta. Hey, Ungoy Pervert, says Bomber's Waffle House. Hey, Bomber. Hey, Bomber, thanks for stopping by. You know I have nothing against you, Bomber. Although a lot of people don't like you, I've never criticized you once ever. I wish that you would stop drinking. I think that would be a great thing for happen in your life. But other than that, I think you're a great guy. I actually like you. I actually knew people like you when I lived in South Florida. I knew people that came from, what was the name of that place? Alabama. Actually, that was from Alabama. I worked with two guys from Alabama. They were just like you. They were a little crazy, but they were cool guys. Thanks for stopping by. So, Philip. So, now getting back to Philip. I put out, to get these pieces of equipment, I spent 200 hours getting this equipment to the Philippines, getting online. Now, and in every case, we got halfway through the order and something happened on Alibaba. They want to move over to Skype, and they want you to send the money to them on Skype and cut out Skype. That happens 8 out of 10 times. I don't know about now, but several months ago it happened, and I refused to cut out Alibaba as the middleman because they give you an assurance that you're going to get your products, and they get a percentage of the sale. However, in order to get an actual price, they give you a price, they tell you how much it's going to be for shipping, and then you agree to it, and then they send you a letter back that item is no longer available, and they move you up to another level of the same item. Instead of a 45 alpha, they'll move you to a 50 alpha, but it's $700 more for the machine, and there were two machines, so that by itself is and then, or they give you a price of $2,000 for the machine, when the machine should only cost about $1,500. So they're making $500 plus the shipping, which is reasonable anyway, but it's not a reasonable price for the product that they're selling you. And then when you say, let me see the product that you're going to send me, it's just the 50 alpha. Well, we're sending you the 50 alpha. Well, no, sir, show me the item in your warehouse. Send me a video of you standing next to the item in your warehouse. I want to see it. I don't want to send thousands of dollars to a site in China. So did I end up getting, I think I saw the comment, did I end up getting no. The combination rebar bender cutter, Philip, the combination rebar bender cutter was $185,000 Jollibee scraps. Barry just has to grow up a little bit. He doesn't have a bad heart, really. He should stop drinking, and most of his problems would go away. But you're welcome for your comments. You've been with me for a long time. Obama just has to learn to stop drinking, and most of his problems will go away. And that's a hard thing to do. I've seen people that I grew up with that can't stop. They can't stop, and now they just they don't even know who I am. We grew up together since kindergarten, and when I saw them in New York 3 years ago, they don't even know who I am. I said, "Hey, Ronnie, how you doing?" Do I know you? And he was straight. He was driving a truck, his car, his van. He didn't remember who I was. He worked for me for 5 years, and he didn't remember who I was. Anyway, the combination rebar bender and cutter was 185,000 pesos, or $4,000. With the shipping, was $4,200 with the shipping. And to buy the rebar cutter separate is about $1,500, and the rebar bender separate is about $1,500. So it's $1,200 less when you buy the machines that are separate. So the rebar bender cutter machine does not exist anymore, and it would be difficult for me to work with that on the roof of the cargo container because the cutter is on the back side of the bender. So if I was standing in front of the bender, I could bend left or right, but I couldn't get to the back. And if I moved it to the center of the cargo container, it would take up the whole cargo container, the rebar bender and the bench that holds up the rebar. And if I moved it over to the right side of the cargo container where you could get to the bender and the cutter, I would have to be off the container to operate the cutter because the controls are on the other side. So, no, there is no rebar bender cutter. It's two separate machines. Bama. That's why I like Bama. He says, what? Am I bending number 8 bar? I'm probably going to be bending 8. They go by millimeters here. So 8 bar would be like 28 millimeters, I think. I'm going to be bending up to 32 millimeters. Some of the foundation bars, 32 millimeters is 32 millimeters to inches is 1.25 inches, inch and a quarter, which would be 10 bar. So I'll be bending up to 10 bar, and the machine bends up to 36 millimeters. This machine, 36 millimeters rebar is 1.4 inches, which would be 12 bar. So, but that's rebar. It bends up to 36 millimeter. But it bends up to 40 millimeter round bar, which I'm never going to bend anyway. But the machine is very strong, and it bends at 180 degrees. So it's not just a machine that bends 90. So 140 millimeter is round stock. 40 millimeter is 1.5 inch round stock. I don't have to bend anything bigger than 32 millimeter, inch and a quarter, so I'm good. 10 bar. And I think I'm going to be able to work with this woman. She finally sent me, I'm talking, my letter to her. I wasn't going to respond to her. I already gave you my address twice. Told you where I live, told you what to Google. Google them, and then I sent back a very nice letter this morning at 5:30. You need to do some research. I live in Dolho, Panglao. Please Google that, and you'll come up with a map of where I live. And I gave her the hotel next door as a reference point. But my port of customs is in Cebu. So, and then she pulled up a map, all of Cebu and Bohol, and then she put a square around where my house is and where the port of Cebu is and the name of the port and so on and so forth. So she eventually, because originally she goes, it'll take how does this make sense? It'll take 7 days and 10 days to get to you. I don't understand that. Well, what she meant is it'll take 7 days for them to build a machine and put it on the warehouse floor, ready to go, and 10 days for overseas shipping. 10 days. So that's what she did. So she gave me that. So I'm okay with that. So right now I'm going to go outside and do some painting. And the sun did come out, so we're going to do some painting. And I don't think there's anything else to say. I'm going to get some water. Thank you very much for stopping by, Philip. Actually, if you live in the States, if you ever send me your telephone number on one of my old videos, just put your phone number down, like, let's say it's 718. Put a double space between the 7, the 1, and the 8, and double space in between each number, and I'll get the number. I don't care how long it takes. I'm not going to be ready for it for 6 or 7 weeks. I'm going to I still have to talk. Maybe you know about this. Let's just say on the top end of the order, let's just say it's going to cost a nickel, $5,000, and I don't think I need a customs broker for this. What I do need is my NBI clearance, which is waiting for me at the NBI office. So I have that. And their computers were down twice. I went there. The computers were down. So, but it's already tomorrow, Monday. It'll be a week. So, I'm sure I'm sure by then the computers will have turned back on, and they'll punched out my card. But I need the NBI clearance to go to the customs dock. Philip, do you think I need a customs broker to take care of to get the material off the dock? I mean, is that part of it? Yeah, I heard that. To finish my question, for an order of, it's a small thing. It's not a whole cargo container. It's coming in two crates. Do you think I need a customs broker to get it out of the customs dock? Because I have a customs broker that's brought in my cargo container. But I just don't really, he might want, I don't know what he'll want. If he wants $200 or $300, I'll hire him to do the job. But he charged me a lot of money last time to get the cargo containers, but he did a great job. He charged me a lot of money, but it was smooth as it could go from the time the containers were released to get them to my house on 40-foot tractor trailer trucks and stuff like that. It was pretty smooth. 20-foot cargo container trucks. So do you think I need a customs broker? Yeah, that's exactly what I had to pay him for. And the grease was in the price. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so actually he told me this is my fee, And this is to make things smooth. That's what he said. All right, I'll talk to my broker. My father stopped construction. The lumber price, yeah, $75 for a sheet of plywood. Who can afford that? No one. That's out of bounds. Nobody's working, and they tripled the prices for plywood and construction materials. I got to get outside, Philip. But if you send me your phone number, I'd be more than happy to give you a call, and I'll do it during business hours. So let's go outside. Let's get some yellow paint. I got it all ready. I got out there at 6 o'clock this morning and set the yellow paint up. Alrighty. Be much of a piece of shit. I get the fucking chill candy. Go ahead and do what you gotta do, motherfucker. Just remember, I'm not fucking. Alrighty. Fucking kill it. Please. Okay, Philip, thank you. Yeah, it won't hurt to get a price for that, that's for sure. Okay, so here is okay, I'll be moving the boom out of the way, putting it on top of the container so it doesn't interfere with the video. So I'll be doing that first in a minute or so. Uh-oh, thunder. I'm just getting my smock, my painting smock on. Alrighty. I'm going to move the machine now. All right. Painting, painting. All right. Now, I think the perfect ladder to paint would be a yellow ladder. What do you guys think? A nice yellow ladder? I think so. Look at this. It's gonna rain. It's gonna spoil my yellow party. We're going ahead. We're going ahead. I'll put some protective skin coating on, hair shampoo or conditioner, sunscreen, ivory soap, uh, ivory soap, sunscreen, hair conditioner, or shampoo. It all works the same. Get it under your fingernails. And at the end of the day, when it dries, the paint, or when it doesn't dry, it comes right off with a soft washcloth. Always does, always has, always will. So, let me get a little piece of steel. I was going to make a little hook. The sun is back out already. Look at this. Yellow, baby. Yellow. Now this is an acrylic-based latex paint. So in theory, it will cover up the rust. Now, I've seen this kind of paint but cover up rust. Now the good paint that I have in here, the white paint, the isomeric white paint, probably would cover rust better than the yellow that I mixed in with it, but I think the small amount of yellow that's in there won't interfere. So let's see what you can see. You're okay. This is going to need a coat and a half. I better put on a hat. I better put on a hat before my hair goes yellow, before it goes gray. It's splashing. That is a that's a splash brush. That's a splash the yellow paint on the wall brush. I need an anti-splash hat. One more thing I want to do. Be right back. 1 minute less. I think you're out of range there. Let me get you back on track. There you go. Now this is just the first coat. And by the time I finish doing the top section of this cargo container, the bottom will be dry, and the first section, like the first 4 feet of the cargo container, will also be dry. It should dry almost immediately, shortly, because the sun, it won't dry fully, but it'll be dry enough to put what I call a coat and a half. What's called a coat and a half. In painting terminology, where the first coat is almost dry, and you put a second coat on. All right, now I'll just turn this around so that you'll catch the top half of the painting. this kind of candy? You're a fucking piece of shit. You want this candy bar? You piece of shit. All right, we'll move the ladder now. Huh, son of a bitch. First, I have one thing to do. Oh boy, that didn't work out. Right back. Alrighty, that's done. Okay, make a move on the ladder here. Ha! 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 Okay, you see a ladder. I see a ladder. We see a ladder. One more move for you. Up. And then I go up. I should be able to finish this last section and with this last pass. Huh. Whew. Hot. Hot in the sun. Yeah. I'm good like that. I'm going to take an extra 45 seconds and I'm going to go get my water after I move the ladder. Oh. already. I'll go back to the beginning. And we'll give it a coat and a half if it's ready. Might not be ready for half an hour until the sun hits the other side. It might not be ready until the sun comes over the cargo container and hits the wall. But we still have to start in the front no matter what. Huh. 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 So I'm gonna give it a half an hour to dry and for the sun to roll over the top of the cargo container. It is over it now, 10 minutes. The sun will be on the side, but in a half an hour from now, the sun will hit it at a little better angle to dry it. So I have time, after I wash my hands, I'll have time to answer a few questions from my friends or from fellow bloggers, the people that have videos on their content. We do have a couple of, one person that calls themselves a blogger on my last live stream arguing with some guy that says he fixes trucks or builds trucks or works on trucks. They've been going back and forth for 2 days now. I think between the two of them, they don't have an IQ of, I don't know, 50. That's added up and multiplied by 2. Neither one of them can get a fact straight. Facts that have been posted and proven on my channel to be true, neither one of them can realize that those are true things. It's an amazing thing, some of these people on YouTube, how stupid some of these people really are. And I mean stupid. Oh, I gotta put some water on my head, and then I'm going in to get water for the to drink. I never did find my, I guess I put my drinking water in the house because it's not out here. So first thing I'm going to do is go into the house and get some drinking water. Maybe I'll just sit down in the house. Maybe I'll do that. What's the worst that could happen? I get yellow paint on something. I'm okay with that. And then I'll be out on a nice comfortable seat with the fan on. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh. All right. I could also plug this in for now, charge it up a little bit. Okay, so where were we? Glasses. Yeah, so the sun is vertical now, so I guess it's getting on close to noon. That's what I would guess. Or 11:30 anyway. 11:25. All right. Johnny Adriel. Interior, $75 for 4 liters. It depends on what you're painting. If you're painting drywall and it's a first coat, that's a score. Because you know you're only going to get 130, 140 square feet to the gallon on a first and 1.5 coats. But if you're painting a semi-gloss wall with semi-gloss paint, you're going to go 500, 400, not 400 square feet. Going to take you a day. Depends how many windows to cut, how many doors to cut, how much molding to cut, how do you need to put a drop cloth down? It all depends. 4 liters for $75 is arbitrary. Now I could use 4 liters of paint on rough sawn plywood, on exterior plywood. You wouldn't be able to do both sides, 5 sheets maximum. So that'd be 300 square feet, 200, probably get 200 square feet. It depends. You're doing good, John. You're doing good. You're making money. That's the important thing. So, trying to figure out. Yeah, I saw your comment about the shipping container shortage. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. I didn't know that was you. Thank you very much. He was interfering with the stream. And that's why you're my friend. You're looking out for me. I know you were trying to keep my mind on track. I didn't know who deleted the messages, but I knew it wasn't him when I got up on the ladder, because he couldn't delete each one of those messages all at once, but I couldn't see who it was with the sun on the screen. Yeah, I don't know what his point was. I don't really care, whatever his point was. For me to admit that I did something wrong when all I really was doing was following the news, it's not my problem. So, the news and the authorities, what was going on at the time with the authorities. So, I didn't do that. That's his problem. Now, so let's see what else we got going on here. Okay, so the reason in case anybody's wondering, I'm painting the side of that container yellow because, well, on the roof, the elastomeric paint, white, quality, that I bought from Build-A-Wear, one coat almost covered 90%. There's still stray marks from the brush, because the brush it's a stucco brush. It's not a paint brush, but it's quick. It's a 6-inch stucco brush. It lays it down heavy. So one coat of the white covered about 90+% of the roof, but in between that didn't cover, it was still little foggy white in there. That's enough for me. But where I had yellow paint only that I put on, the yellow paint did not cover. Probably covered like 75%. A big difference. So where I put the yellow paint on the roof, if I was painting professionally for a job, I would have had to put 2 coats of yellow on. And the white, I would have had to do 1.5 coats. So I could have got away with 1.5 coats with the white by going over what I did, but I don't know this paint that well. So being that most of the roof is going to be covered with the jet ski and the cement mixer, and some other stuff that I have up there, 40% of the roof is already going to be covered, so it doesn't matter. And the 60% that's white will cool it down 25 degrees. But the yellow on the side I'm doing because the cargo container is probably, it's got it on the side of the container, it's probably 20 plus years old, and it started to rust on the corners and where it was scratched. And this isomeric paint does cover the rust. And that I'm sure about, because when I was up on the roof 2 days ago, 100% it covers up on top the rust. No rust bled through the paint. So although the yellow isomeric paint was 800 pesos, it was not worth to buy it. It was 800 pesos a gallon. As it turns out, it was the same price as the white isomeric, but it's not the same quality. I'm thinking if there was a difference, might have been a difference of about 200 pesos on 4 gallons. It was not worth buying, but it was yellow, and for plywood, for painting the polyphenolic plywood, it'd be okay. The edges, it's a good paint, way better than oil base, and it's the same price as oil base, but it's way better. It covers better, it's thicker, it's faster, it bonds better than the oil-based paint. You don't have to clean the surface so much. So I'm good with the yellow paint, and I'll use the rest of the yellow paint as a coating for the inside of the forms. And that's one of the next things. After I'm done with the 1.5 coats on this container, I'm going up on the roof to take the storage shed on the side of cargo container 1 down that I had the punching bag on. The punching bag is gone. The roof of that storage shed, the 2 layers of tarpaulin, that's gone, and it's all rolled up. The plywood that was the roof is picked up. The nails were taken out of the joists and the plywood. They're all ready to be stacked on the table I brought up yesterday. I brought up a 90-pound steel frame table with a piece of plywood for the top of it. So that's ready to be put onto the table. And now I'm ready to take the ceiling, call them joists. They're only 2x2s, but I'm ready to take the ceiling joists off, put it on the table, pull the nails or grind the nails off. Then I'll take the walls down, and that will give me 4 sheets of 1/2 inch plywood and 1.5 sheets of 3/4 inch plywood. No, thank you. Salamat. So, they want me to go drinking with them. Sure, I'll just put the paintbrush down and we'll go. It's Fiesta week. That you could expect that. But more than that, they're probably running out of rum. It's close to noon. So if I go over there and start drinking with them, they'll want me to buy them a bottle of rum. which I might do for Fiesta. Probably won't, but I just don't want to get in the habit of giving these people alcohol or candy again. It's too time consuming, and it's expensive. And when I asked them to return the favor, oh, when you're giving, oh, you're the best. But since I stopped giving out Pasalubong free stuff, everybody's friendly. But, you know, when I asked a man to help me carry 5 pounds of tree debris, after I gave the man for 7 years, for Fiesta, New Year's, Christmas, Easter, 4 times a year, I gave him at least a bottle of rum and a pack of cigarettes and at least 1 kilo of spaghetti and 1 kilo of sauce 4 times a year for 7 years. So I asked him to help me carry some tree debris about 2 months ago. No, no, I don't do that. And like 2 days later, he yells out across the street, Michael! When I was walking out to the store, you buy me rum. Now, I would normally not have stopped, but when he said, you buy me rum, like I owe him a bottle of rum, I went back and corrected the issue and said, look, for 7 years I give you rum, yeah? And sometimes I would just give him a bottle of rum for no reason at all. Because we used to talk to each other, say hello, we thought we were friends. But when he wouldn't carry that debris, I said, I asked you to carry that tree debris the other day, yeah? And you said, no. No, it's not my job. Well, not my job to give you rum. And I walked away. And that was it. But he needed rum. See, he needed rum. He needed rum. If he would have needed rum the day I asked him to carry the tree debris, he would have carried it and then asked me for a bottle of rum. Wasn't going to give it to him anyway. But he didn't need anything that day, and then he needed rum, and they just blurted out without saying please or thank you when you give it to them. Well, sometimes he says thank you. That I got to give him. But a lot of people don't even say thank you. They just take the bottle and walk away. That's happened too. And I stopped them. I said, oh, you say thank you. Yeah, thank you. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. They forget to say thank you. When you give them something they can't afford, they forget to say thank you. Because they don't really give a shit whether they can afford it or not. If they're getting it from you for free, hey, it's Pasalubong. Pasalubong is free stuff. Like water. Like cold water is going to be. And, yeah, Pasalubong. I got to make water. I'll be there in a minute. Pasalubong. No more Pasalubong. Humana, walat not Pasalubong. Walat not means no more. There is no more. We ran out of Pasalubong. The Pasalubong is walat not. No Pasalubong. Unbelievable. And they are drinking, baby. What is today, the 21st? Oh, yeah. Fiesta week is 7 straight days. If they can afford to drink for 7 straight days, they will drink every day for 7 straight days. But by next Sunday, which would be the Fiesta, or Saturday, 3 days before the Fiesta, the world stops. There are no tricycles. The jeepneys still run, but there's no tricycles and no work. Fiesta lasts 3 days before the actual date, and that means for 3 days, if they can afford drinking alcohol for 3 days, that's what it is. Can't blame them. They don't have a lot of other stuff to do, but last night, I started to say it this morning. Right now, I'm just wasting a few minutes of time. I'm waiting for the sun to hit that side of the container. I don't want to go up on this roof and start another project. I want to finish painting that container, even if it's not 100%. Even like now, it's when I go back, you'll see it's about 75% coverage. That's fine. Even that is good enough for me. However, one day a month since 7 years I got here, usually Saturday morning, sometime between 5 o'clock in the morning and 5:30, they shut off the electric. One Saturday per month in this area of Bohol. That means Panglao and Tagbilaran City. I don't know about the rest of the island. So one day a month at 5:30 in the morning on a Saturday, they shut the electric off. And then there's no electric again until sometime between 5 o'clock at night and midnight. Mostly 5, 6 o'clock, but sometimes midnight, sometimes later. And what they do is our electric is made by a coal-fired plant. So I think that once a month is how they clean out the grating and the coal ash. So it takes a while for it to cool down, and then they clean it out. I'm sure they clean it out with bulldozers and stuff like that. But so one day a month, that's the maintenance for that. But now what they did last time is they shut down the electric sometime after midnight and then turned it on in the morning. That was better, actually, because you need electric during the day to do your stuff, but at night, theoretically, you could sleep without electric. Although, my point is, it is really hard on these people in the Philippines. The ones that can't afford to keep a fan on at night and live in a small house under a mosquito net, it must be unbelievable, horrible to do that every day for your whole life. No fan. A lot of people here, a lot of people in the province don't have electric other than a light bulb and maybe a very small refrigerator. But, you know, it's a very, very poor area where I live. And it's terrible for those people. All day long, people come from all over the place at night, in the morning, to sleep right next door in the Peroque because there's a little breeze off the ocean. So they don't get to sleep at night, or they don't sleep well, or they don't get a good night's sleep and they're still tired. The last night, I went to bed at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon and got up around 7:30, had dinner, and then I went to bed at 10:30. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, I woke up, the electric was off. So I managed to get back to sleep till 2:30. The electric was still off. I don't know how I went back to sleep, but I went back to sleep until 5 o'clock, and the electric was still off. So sometime after 10:30, they shut it off, and at 5 o'clock, I just decided I'm going to get up. And by 5:30, I was up and had my coffee. And by 5:45, the electric was on. So in a way, it's better, but sleeping here at night without electric fan, oh, it's horrible. It's freaking horrible. It gets very hot. That's why you see the houses, they have vents up on the top. It's just open on the top, so there's circulation. But then you also get birds, flies, mosquitoes, everything. So I won't live like that. I don't mind a couple of bugs here and there infiltrating the house. It's a jungle, but I'm not gonna have birds and stuff flying through my house. Not here. So I think I'm ready to go back to work now. I am ready. I'm just going to have some cold water. Four gulps, seven bubbles. All right. Scott, I swear I was just going to say, Scott, if you're out there, because four gulps, seven bubbles, I sent you a message on the mail. Your Skype is still off. I don't have anything important to say to you. I had a few minutes this morning between China, uh, customs. I called up my customs broker, but that guy wakes up. His office opens, I think, at 8, but I called before 8. So I had a few minutes, but four gulps, seven bubbles. So I just wanted to say hello. Did you, four gulps, seven bubbles. Okay. I was just about ready to say your name, and your name appeared on the screen. Another one of those coincidences. So when I go back out, I'm going to blast through that. What did it take me? 45 minutes to paint the whole side of the container? I don't think it took that long. And not for it's just a schmear job. It's not even painting. I'm a schmearer today. So I'm going to go from the container and put the cap on the paint. I have the crowbar right here. I have the straight bar on the roof. I'm going to dismantle I'm gonna dismantle the roof from the bench, from the back workbench first. I'm gonna pop the rafters off the sill at the top of the exterior wall. That would probably be my best bet, because if I don't pop those off first, I'm gonna have to try to flip the wood over the side of the back of the storage container, and I'll be flipping wood around. But if I pop those off first, then I could just go to the other side and pick them up. If there's a nail on the other side, just pick it up with the. I have the 5-foot bar set up next to the outside bench where the punching bag used to be. The bar is right up on top of the roof, so I'm good with that. So that'll be my next project. Those bottles, they just don't make water like they used to. Two sets, 4 gulps, 7 bubbles each, gone. And that's what my day is going to be. I think it's not even noon yet. Yeah. So I started at 9. I got 3 hours into it now. An hour to finish painting, smearing. An hour to pop those boards off the top. That's about an hour's work. And then got to go up on the roof and finish that. That's another hour. So I'm thinking by 3 o'clock, my day's over. That's a 6-hour day for me. So I have the unit is charging now, probably has 90%. So that'll give me 3 more hours. So we're good. As far as what tomorrow's job is, I might get one of my friends to hook up the jet ski. I might do that. And then I'm not going to make a perch. If I make a perch, that's an hour and a half of work. And then I still got to go up and down twice at least. Once go up and down to hook it. Once to go up, set the perch. Once to lay it on top of the perch and hook it. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a perch. That's like 2 hours of work on a bunch of wood. And I'm not real sure that the perch won't just tip over. If I don't get the boom directly over it, not the weight of the boom, but the arm of the boom. The arm of the boom wants to go forward or back. And I don't know that I could get it perfect. And if it falls off the perch, it'll crush the jet ski. So I'm just going to get somebody to put the hook in in the in the cradle that I have the jet ski hooked up to. So we're going up on the roof. Thanks for stopping by, Scott. Okay, you're going in my doorway. You're gonna watch me paint some yellow. Today is paint it yellow or go to hell day. Oh, that looks better. Oh my God, that looks great. I'm such a schmearer. I am. Look how good that looks already. Come on, looks beautiful. Looks like art. Oh God, that's fantastic. But you could see, I'll bring you over there. You could see how that yellow paint, the white paint, a lot more. But you could see when I mixed in the yellow that it's not exactly a holiday, but it's thin. But it makes no difference. That's what we're going to live with. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. All right, that's a full coat now. run out of paint. Yes, sir. We run out of paint. I didn't run out of paint, actually. I have plenty of paint up on the roof, which means I gotta go up to the roof. Oh. Probably even two fucking coats in there. What I'm going to do is, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go mix another quart of paint. So you guys are on your own for a few minutes. To the roof. To the roof to mix some paint. Might as well bring you with me. You're not doing anything down here anyway. I'll bring you guys up to the roof, show you what I did yesterday. Who knows? Maybe I'll even work on the roof and postpone the painting of the yellow until later on today. I could do that, you know. I could do that. I could just bring this up to the roof, mix the paint, and wait for the container to dry fully because it's not giving me the coverage that I want. If that paint would have been dry, I'd be getting a little better coverage, using a little more paint, but a little better coverage. So I'll go up to the roof right now. We'll mix the paint first thing, and second thing, we'll, wait a second. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, I forgot my nail removing apparatus. Okay, we got it. Oh. All right. Now, I have the hammer and the crowbar. Fucking where you brain. I know I have paint up here. I know it. I have two types of paint up here. I have to. I have isomeric paint somewhere, and I have regular white paint. Either one of them will work. At this point, once that wall is dry, either paint will work just fine. Ah, there it is. I found it. Okay. Yep, I found the isomeric, and I found the yellow. Well, I knew the yellow was up here. I keep a can of yellow everywhere, in case something needs to be brightened up. It's always good to have some yellow paint laying around. You know that. Okay, so I'll mix the paint first. I only need, at most, a quart. Oh, that's what I'll mix up, a quart. The tools, they go that way. All right. Now we'll put this up at the top of the table. All right. The yellow submarine. That's right, baby. We all live in the yellow submarine. Okay, ready to mix paint according to the manufacturer's instructions. Whoa, there's that heavy isomeric paint. That shit is... Oh, Sean! Not today, but one day this week, I'm gonna pick the machine up, yeah? And there's a hook on the machine. I want you to hook up the jet ski. I'll bring it right to the jet ski. You go like this. Finish. Okay? Thank you. Do you want me to trim out those thorn bushes there? Cut? Yeah, with the chainsaw? The what? Cutter? You will be here. I will show you. Okay, thank you. I have a cutter also. Mein Buntag. Okay. Okay. This stuff is the heaviest paint. I say it every time I pick this buck. I have never... The closest thing I could ever come to for the weight inside this little container is a product that was called cement plug. It was concrete patch, that's what it was. It was basically concrete. It was basically concrete and mein Buntag, it was basically concrete, a concrete product that you would simply put as like a paste over a crack in the sidewalk, and it would be like it would drip down into the crack like a putty, but it had concrete dust and concrete. It had Portland cement and a very fine sand. That's about the closest thing I've ever seen to the weight that's inside this container. I've never seen anything so heavy. Okay, now I need a cup. Okay, I got a cup, and I got the yellow. Okay, that's about a quart. I'll go a little more. All right, I'll put a little water in there. I don't want to get any paint on my hands. I'm being very careful. I don't want to get paint on my hands. That's a pain in the neck. Huh. 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 Ah, 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 ah. Really? Huh. That's close, but still, no cigar. Jeez. Okay, that's got to be it. That makes it a 50-50 mix. It's okay for me. That's close enough. Protection. Shirt protection. It'll keep my shirt from scratching up against a piece of wood and hurting the wood. Yeah, that's close enough. Okay. Okay, so this the paint gets under this lip here, and it makes it hard to pop the top. So while it's wet, it's easy to scrape off. When it's dry, it's not so hard, but it's easier now than later. So because I got a feeling I'm backblading the goop off the top of the pail. Because what happens is if you don't use this for a really long time, it almost becomes, well, it becomes like a glue, and it glues the top shut. If there's nothing there, if you remove it, you're removing the glue. No problem. So who knows? It's going to be a week or a month before I get to use this. It won't be a month because I still have to build the forms, the concrete forms for the pylons, and they're gonna start before I move the house. Actually, as soon as I get the container, the house. Yo, might happen. As soon as I get the container, painted, one of my next projects is the back shed, and to get rid of whatever few little odds and ends in the back shed, just to put them in a couple of boxes and put a tarp over. It's all junk. I don't really care about it. Basically, it's just some scrap tools that I might want to cut the cords off of, and maybe I'll take the triggers out of the drills. But they got wet in Hurricane Sandy, and once you plug them in, they're going to burn up from the. That paint actually turned out to be. After it's settled, it's the same color. Very nice. After it's settled, it's the same color. Very nice. Okay. A little thick, so I think I'll thin it out, like just maybe 3 ounces. Okay, and that'll give me a skin on top, because I don't really care. This is going to be a first coat for the edges of the form wood. So I don't really care that it's a little thin, because it'll go into the end grain of the forms better that way. So this rope is on here. Well, it holds the brush up in the bucket, But I don't have to bend over all the way down to the bucket. I just drop the rope down off the ladder and pick it up with the rope. So it's like an extension pole, but no pole. All right. Okay, so you and me, and we're going over to the other container now. And we're gonna start stripping the roof. As soon as I put a skim coat of water on this. Perfect. This way when it evaporates into the bucket, it hits the top and then it settles back down into the bucket. It keeps the top of the paint from drying off. Now you couldn't do this on latex paint and leave it for a year because it does something to the paint and it makes it hard. But being that I'll be using this within a few months, it's okay. Okay, so this goes back down. All right. All right. Now this goes on the floor. As it turns out, I ended up mixing a gallon. Whereas I thought I was only going to mix 2 quarts, but I'm okay with that. All right, this goes over by the drop zone. Now we're going to go take that roof apart. While I'm over here, rather than go down, paint, come back up, take half the roof off, go back down, take the other half off, should be able to save 1 trip down the stairs. 1 trip only, but 1 trip. And that makes a big difference. At the end of the day, oh boy, makes a big difference at the end of the day. Huh. Huh. All right. All right. Huh. 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 Okay, so that's the roof. Now the plywood's unnailed. I took the plywood up, pulled the nails out, put the plywood down so I could walk on the platform. And now I'm going to pop off the joists. I think. Well, I know I'm going to. I just don't know how. Yet. Okay. Well, let's take the two on the end off first, right? Let's see what you could see. Yeah, there's two boards that flare off the end about 10 inches. Let's take those off. That's one that had no nails on it. The other one does have nails on it. Now, where do I want to put this? I'm not making a vertical stanchion, and this is not a good piece of wood, so I'm going to send it over to the top of the house. Okay, it's that's not completely dry rotted, but it has 20% of the original of a piece of wood that size, so it's basically useless for me. Now, this 6-foot bar solves any leverage problems that I have with crowbars. This thing doesn't weigh 3 pounds, this whole piece of wood. I have to take this, put it downstairs on the bench in the back here. This is garbage. I'm gonna have to use it for spaces. I've done it. It's literally garbage. It's hollow. It doesn't even weigh 3 pounds, this whole piece of wood. When it was new, it would weigh about 7 or 8 pounds. Has no strength at all. Okay, so I'll slide this plywood over to the right. That's over to the right. And then this one, I'll slide over to the right as well. Then I'll put a board down on top of this plywood here, like this. And then use the bar as leverage so I don't break the plywood. Okay, it's nailed in on what I call the eagle's claw, the eagle's talon with the nail gun. So I'm gonna have to hammer it off. With the bar on there as leverage, I'll beat the wood, I'll beat the nails back, I'll beat the nails down. No, I'll beat the wood down and the nails will walk themselves out. But the other way, if I just pry it, I'll probably break the board. But by prying it and hammering, I'll loosen up the eagle's claw. Yep. Yeah, look at that. I had five long nails. 5 long nails. I would have never been able to pry that off with a hammer and a 2-foot crowbar. I'll show it to you. This is how. See this? See how three go this way, and then two go almost straight in, but they lock. Mayan hapon. They lock into the wood, like what is called like when an eagle goes after a fish, the talons go in and grab it from four directions. Same thing. So let's get the next piece. You know what I'm going to have to do with this? I'm going to have to throw this down to go to the miter table downstairs. Well, no, this board is a little bit better condition. I could put this up to the upstairs table and grind off those nails, and I can make battens for my form work. I could actually use this piece when I'm building the concrete forms. Mayan hapon. You're going to be a carpenter? You want to be a carpenter? All right. Now, next piece. Same thing. I'm going to run out of room shortly. I can get one more piece off the same way. And then two more pieces the same way. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna just try a little bit with a crowbar because there's two pieces and many nails. Okay, that worked. This is a nice solid piece. So this piece can go in the back here. I'll move all the lumber later. That piece is still pretty good. Now this piece here, many nails. Many nails. All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to knock this off a little different because there's wood facing the other direction. Oh. Uh, All right, this can go. Well, boy, we're running out of ways to take the wood off. Actually, we're running out of room. I can only go back so far like this. All right. I might be able to go back one more piece, but not much more than that. Let's see what we got here. Oh. Okay, that is bent over. I'll try to remember that. I won't remember. I'll try to remember. And then there's a side kicking piece on there. Kicker. Okay, that's clean. That's clean. Okay. Clean. Clean. Next. Oh. We're going to get one more on the outside, and that's all I'm going to be able to do from this angle here. Whoa. Oh, that's free. Free and clear, baby. Okay. It's free and clear. Oh boy. All right. I can take that last piece off of there. And that's all I think I'm going to be able to get from that angle there. Up against the tree. Okay, I won't be able to do that. We're tree locked. Okay. I might be able to slide it around. Yeah. Okay. I unlocked it from the tree lock. Huh. 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 Oh. Oh. Huh. 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 We're running out of. We ran out of a place for me to be working from. There is no more. There is no more. I gotta bring this back. It's done. Huh. 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 Okay, that'll go. Let's do it. Huh. 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 Okay. We don't want to walk on that plywood at all and make a mistake. Otherwise, we'll be tipping it over off the roof. So we don't want to do that. I don't know that I want it up here. Although that wouldn't be bad to have it up here. Alright, let's do it like this. Let's take this, flip it up, and pretend that it's still a good piece of plywood, which it's not. Okay, it's really garbage. It really is garbage. So, can I step on this? Wow, not by much, I'll tell you that. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this piece of plywood. I'm gonna flip it over, end over end. I'm not gonna get on the outside of it in case it decides to fall for some reason. I'll stay on the inside of it. All right, and then I'll put it over to the other plywood. Oh. Huh. That's okay like that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Now, how do I get this last bit of stuff off of here? I think I'm gonna have to move this small piece of plywood over to where I just put the big one. Huh. 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 Ah. Ah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah. Huh. 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 I gotta tell you, it's hot. Okay, so this is what I did with the plywood. I got it over there, half laying on top of the jet ski, ready to go up against that yellow plywood over there. That's all foam wood. Now, to get the rest of this wood apart, I'm gonna take a break. I really only have this piece here and this piece here, because this big piece right here, the 2 by 3 by 12, that'll pop right off. So the reality is, I got this piece here. Okay, it didn't actually come apart. It's going to be locked in on the outside edge there, which I know I could get with this straight bar. It's 30-pound, 5'6" straight bar. Should loosen that up for sure. Okay, I'll lay down on this 3 by 12. And shove that straight bar right through between the vertical stanchion and the wood. It'll loosen up then. The straight bar has a way with wood. Told you. It just has the certain quality to separate wood from wood. goes. Did that again. That certain quality. Ah. 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 Huh. 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 Right, that I don't care about. Not much. Well, maybe. No, that's already free. Okay. That's free. That's free and clear. It's free and clear now. Okay, this goes down. That's free and clear when that goes down. Huh. Huh. I'll put this up here. Well, I'm thirsty. I really am thirsty. Oh, I really am thirsty. Ha, ha, ha. Oh. 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 Oh, oh, okay. Now, these, what did I do? Put the, alright, okay, I'm alright. I put the straight bar on top of the table. I thought I put it under the table. So the straight bar, little persuasion here, and we're going to separate those 3 pieces of wood, and then we're done up here. It's, if I'm right, it's about 20 minutes after 1. This will take about 10 minutes, 10 minutes to get down. That'll be like 1:30, and an hour to paint the container. 2:30, I'm done. I'll be done. I could try this. I don't think it'll work. No, I didn't think it was going to work. I said it didn't think it was going to work. I was right. Straight bar. You got to be careful with the straight bar. Not only does it separate stuff, but it also has 30 pounds of weight. And it wants to go down because the density of the air is less dense than the density of the bar. It wants to fall down. It has nothing at all to do with gravity, which is an illusion, but more to do with density than gravity. That's a fact, Jack. Okay, so let's get up off of here. Let's get up off of here. I'm so tired. Ow. Ha. 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 All right. All right. Ha. Oh, that don't work. All right. One more vertical persuasion. One more. And the roof is disassembled in its entirety. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. I just flip this up and over, and it all falls down into a nice, neat little pile on the bottom. Or I don't flip it over, and I separate that last piece there. Right there. That's done. That's separated. right. Now I take this. Oh, one more. One more. One more. All right, I'm going to pull this whole thing up as a unit. Ah. 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 All right. All righty. Okay, I have two choices. I can hit it with the straight bar, or I could take it closer to me and try it with the wunderbar, with the underbar. That worked out best. That worked out nice. Let me put this crowbar somewhere. Won't forget it. Now this board here, does it have any nails in it? Not on this side. Let's put this on my knee. No nails on that side. No nails on this edge. On that edge. All right? Now, I have a plate. Ha, 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 ah. Ha, ha, ha. All right, that's one. Out of the way. Nice little house for that down there. All right, this piece here. Nails here, nails there. And this board here needs to come off. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, this board can go behind me. Oh, it's blaring hot up here. Blaring hot. Blaring. All right, so we're done up here. Okay, let me take a look. Oh, I just have another 20 minutes on that container, and I'm done for the day. That's all I'm going to do. All right. All right. All righty. Thank you for not making comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So here's what we did. We took the roof off of here. We took the, well, you could call them rafters. You could call them joists. You could call them 2x2s. We took all of that apart. It's behind me over here. It's behind me because eventually it's going to go up on top of the house, on the bench on top of the house. And I will grind off the nails. I will not cut the nails. I will not pull the nails out. I will not spend hours to do what the grinder will do. And then on the rare occasion, I cut it with a skill saw. It won't hurt the blade that much, and I won't be using the chainsaw on that stuff pretty much at all, except the ends. And if I hit a nail with the chainsaw, well, then I'll just have to sharpen the chainsaw. Well, the next thing is finish the container. Well, I'll turn around and show you the progress from a different angle. Okay, so that was where the green tarpaulin cover was, and the shelving that you see inside there is on the most of it's 2 feet by 4 feet. There's one about 18 inches by 4 feet on the top there. Those two pieces are going to get separated. They're only tied together. They're tied together with straps, and not even the same strapping that they put around bales of clothes or boxes, buy-in boxes, that black strap. So they are just strapped together. There's no bands, metal bands or bolts or anything like that. So I can go into that whole section there, in that corner right there where you see all that crap hanging down. That's all plastic strap. I can go in there with a razor knife and just cut those two things apart, take the cardboard off of there, which lasted 3 years. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. 2 years. 2 years. It lasted 2 years. So, a simple piece of junk cardboard from America lasted 2 years. It was only just to keep the windy rain out. There was nothing in there that had any real value. And then when I get that done, I'll take the rest of the wooden frame out of there, of course, and then I'll go into this cargo container over there, cargo container 2, and I'm going to have to dump quite a bit of stuff from cargo container 2, probably take out 25 boxes, 30 boxes even, put the shelf in there and put the boxes back on the shelving. But as you can see, they're almost 6 feet high. So in the cargo container, the boxes are just stacked on top of each other, about 5 feet high. So I'll be able to put 2 boxes on the top shelf, which will go up 7 feet high, and then there'll be room on the next set of shelves down for the... If I take 25 boxes out, say that's 2 cubic yards, I'll end up with, when I stack it better, I'll end up with a cubic yard of space, because I'll be using the space right up to the ceiling of the cargo container. And then I'll be able to walk around in there and find my shirts. I have shirts for Scott. I also have peanut butter. And I also have other stuff. in there other food stuff. Peanut butter. I think I have 12 more jars of jelly. I'm not sure about the jelly. Okay, so. Ah! Huh. 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 Hello. Good afternoon. Very well, thank you. Alrighty. We're going down. Whoa. The paint is downstairs. Oh, we forgot the paint. We didn't bring the paint down. Oh my God. I would have had to come back up for the paint. Oh, what was I thinking? What the hell was I thinking? What the hell was I thinking? Huh. Oh, yeah, I'm about ready to quit for the day. Luckily, I only have 20 minutes or so to finish painting. And then I'm not going to move the machine at all today anymore. I don't have to do that. So, plywood is okay where it is. That wood in the back is okay where it is. My yellow shirt, baby. From my chest to God's ears. Yellow. Hello. Paint it yellow or go to hello. Huh. Oh. Huh. 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 Oh, I need a break. I need a break. That man that I just said hello to, he's been here for 3 weeks on vacation with his young lady girlfriend. And very quiet man. I never heard him talk before today. Even when the lady gets in, and now today he looked up and said goodbye or said hello. So that kind of makes me believe that they're leaving, for their vacation is over. A lot of people don't talk to you when they're on vacation because they're on vacation with their girlfriend or their wife. And I'm used to that from living in Key Largo. But on the last day that they're here, typically they'll say hello and you won't see them again. Just the way things are when you're in vacation land. Now, Key Largo was the dive capital of the world, but also fishing capital, was close by La Mirada, and also drinking. Big pastime. People go to Key Largo to drink and sit next to the pool. But they won't talk to you all week or all for the weekend, and on the end of the weekend, they'll say hello and goodbye. Well, their hello is goodbye. Strange living in a place where everything is vacation. Wait, guapo! Guapo! If you're not giving them candy, they don't give you the guapo. Kids are funny. They're just like their parents. They're same exact mentality. If you're not giving them anything, they'll say hello, but they won't give you a guapo. But if they want something, oh, you are guapo, baby. You're guapo, guapo, guapo. You could hear guapo 5, 6 times in less than a minute. They'll stand outside to get guapo, Michael guapo, and then Michael candy. No more candy. And that boy's parent, same that I don't know if they teach. I don't know if they teach their children to only say hello when they want something. I don't. I find it like a sinister way of thinking to teach a child that when you want something you say hello, and when they're not giving you anything you don't say hello to them. I just find that uneasy to think like that. But I think the children learn by example. For example, that boy's father, well, he can never work for me. Just not possible because he can't get an NBI clearance. I told him, do you have an NBI? No, I don't need an NBI clearance. I will take responsibility if I get hurt. I'm going, no, you won't. He's never kept his promise on anything he's ever done. I know him for 7 years and a few months. He's never kept his promise on anything, ever. And he's only a good worker when you're watching him. When you're not watching him, he's not working. But he is a good worker when you're watching. If you're on the job, you're going to get 2 days' work out of that guy for every day he works. But if you're not on the job, you won't get a day's work out of him in 10 days. So he can't really work for me. But recently, back in January when I stopped giving out candy and food, he didn't understand why. I said, well, enough. I've given out 200,000 pesos in foods and candy. And when I asked you to do me a favor, take the wood from in front of my house that you promised you were going to take, you went like this for a week. And then I said, if I do it, you're not going to like it. And then you told me to go F myself. So you think I'm going to hire you when you talk to me like that? No. And he promised he would take it for 7 days in a row. Every day, once or twice a day, I said, take that wood. That you asked me for the wood, but he was going to show me that he was the boss, because that's what he does. In this area around here, whenever he goes on a job, even though he doesn't have the qualifications to be in charge of anything, he always is telling other people what to do. And at this point, now, I don't know anybody that will hire him. I'm talking about Filipinos that do work. I don't know that he's worked, and I don't know if he's worked at all in the last year. But one day he started saying, "Guapo, you are guapo, Michael, guapo, guapo, guapo." And I'm going, this is after he didn't take the wood. I never had an argument with him about it. I just said, you got to take that wood. If I take the wood, you're not going to like it. Ah, blah, 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 blah. They started running off with the mouth. Okay, you remember that. So about 3 months ago, he asked me for a job. So rather than talk about the wood, because he don't like to talk about the wood that he knows he was supposed to take, he also lied about why he didn't take the wood on a certain day, and he never did that job. He just lies. Anyway, I said, yeah, you could work for me. You have an NBI clearance? No. I said, well, you just go get an NBI. No, I don't need it. I don't think he can get an NBI clearance. I don't know. I got a feeling he can't do that. Because it's not hard to do. And he does want to work. And he does need the money. But I refuse to hire anybody without an NBI clearance. I want to know where they live. I want to go to their house and see where they live, take pictures and a video, and then I want to see their NBI clearance. Otherwise, somebody could come on the job and they could get hurt. I don't know where they live. I don't know how to contact anybody. They don't have phones. They don't have phones. And even if they did have a phone, who am I calling? I'm going to start calling 30 numbers in a phone if somebody gets hurt? No. And without the NBI clearance, no insurance? No. No. It's easy enough to get hurt. When you have insurance, it's easy enough to get hurt, and you have to pay for the insurance, but not for the hospital bills. But these guys, they want to work with no insurance. No, thank you. Okay. My break is over. What did I do with the paint? Okay, you'll be able to see me paint almost right up to the end. And then the live stream ends. Huh. 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 Oh boy. Ah. Huh. 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 last little bit. I'm done. Surely, I'm done. Ha. Ha. Ah. 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 Ho. Ho. Ha. 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 Ah. Ha. Ho. Ho. Uh. Uh. Ho. Ho. Ha. Where's my fucking pen? Ah. Ha. 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 Gotta get something from inside, and then I'll be finished out here. I gotta get my pill. Ha. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Huh.
Mami, salamat naman si Ma'am. Yan ako rin mo, Ma'am.
Mayang hapon.
Hapon.
Are you the painter? You painter? You? Finish? Are you sure?
Yes.
The nude car? Do I have any? Huh. 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 Uh, being that there was no electric last night. Do I have any paint on my shirt? Any? Gamai? No?
No?
Looks good? Wapo? Salamat.
Love kayo.
Oh, oh. He just told me the biggest lie. he just told me the biggest lie ever. He said I have no paint on my shirt. That's the my friend, not my friend, but the man who delivers packages for Lazada, LCB. He's a package delivery man, but he's been delivering for years. But he just told me that he's going straight to hell, that guy. I asked him if I have any paint on my shirt, and he said, no, humana, nothing. Humana means nothing. Whoa! Holy macaroni, look at that container. Look at that container, that looks nice, yeah? Yellow. Now, what should I put on the side of the container? I think I'll get an artist in, and one of those Filipino artists, and I'll paint a giant mushroom man on the side of the container. And then we'll declare it Mushroom Man Day, or the Year of the Mushroom Man. I think I'll do that. Yeah, I like that idea. A giant mushroom man on the side of the container. Because I know somebody that's going to make the Mushroom Man song very, very famous in 2 different countries. The Mushroom Man. The Mushroom Man he can make the song famous. He's gonna regret singing the Mushroom Man song, but that's gonna come in a little bit of a long time from now. But don't worry, it will happen. So the Mushroom Man, we'll have the Mushroom Man right in the front, and that SCL that you see there, that's going to change into SG1 for Stargate 1. I'll change that into a G, and I'll change the L into a 1. Stargate 1, Mushroom Man. Yeah, that's cool. I'll get a regular professional Filipino artist to do that. I'll just take one of my mushroom pictures and say, paint that on the side of the container. Make it big. Make it loud. Make me proud of the Mushroom Man song. Taking down that guy who sang the Mushroom Man song. Okay, so I have one more thing to do over there. I have the water filling up from my bath. That container's going to be 25, 30 degrees cooler when I go in there the next time. Boy, the last time I went in there, oh, it was so hot. It was brutal. I went in right in the afternoon as well, but the sweat was just, it looked like, I looked like Lloyd Bridges in that movie Airplane, where the sweat was pouring off his face, or was it Nelson? I think it was Lloyd Bridges. When he goes, I picked a bad week to stop smoking. That was funny. And that, or the other, was it the other guy? One of them, the sweat was just pouring off their head. Yeah, so I have one more thing to do over there. I'm not doing any more work. It's only 2 o'clock, but working in the sun up on the roof, a little hard. Climbing up and down that ladder multiple times, a little hard. Working in the sun, a little hard. 2 or 3,000 strokes with a 3-pound brush, a little hard. Oh, and if that piece of garbage is looking, the garbage that's having a conversation with Millie, my God, the 2 of you to read your conversation, The guy, the Lucky 7 guy, he's an idiot. He goes, anybody could do what you do. That's what real men do every day. Oh, yeah? Really? Idiot? So real men wake up in the morning and move a track hoe out of the way and put the boom on top of the cargo, one of the 2 cargo containers that they have on their construction site. One of every real man does that every day. They wake up and move their track hoe, and they put the boom up on top of a cargo container that they have on their construction site. You are such a twisted little brain you have. And then you're arguing with Millie. Let me tell you something about Millie. She's an idiot. The story that she made up today, this is yesterday's video, I think, in the comments section. They're back and forth, eight flusters back and forth, or 8 volleys back and forth on some, and opinions on others, and this and you're that, and on the other ones. These 2 people arguing about whether I get any work done or not. So the guy goes, anybody could do what you do. I can't keep arguing with you, Millie. He doesn't say her name. I got to go back to working on my truck. Well, let me tell you something, dude. If you're listening, I'm going to write you a little note today, or next time I remember. You have, from the time I write the note, 24 hours to post a video on your page of you working on your truck. And if you don't, I'll just remove all your comments. Because you're over there critiquing me on my channel, saying any real man could do what I do? Really? Then after they get out of the machine, they're going to mix paint and then paint the side of their cargo container on their construction site, and then go up on a roof with a 6-foot, and any man has a 30-pound straight bar to remove the roof in the most easily and professional. Every man has a 6-foot, 5'6" straight bar that weighs 30 pounds and a 32-ounce S-ring hammer. Every man has a 32-ounce S-ring hammer. Every man, really, any man. Every 65-year-old man can do what I do. Hey, dude, get a life, man. Get a life. There isn't another 65-year-old man in all of the Philippines that does what I do. There are 65-year-old men that could, and men that work out every day with weights and running and jogging, but they can't do everything that I do. Can you think every 65-year-old man in the Philippines can run a track hoe? Fly stuff up to the roof without destroying anything? Do you think that every man that 65 years old can run a live wire, live boom crane, 90-foot stick, good for 75 tons, without killing the people underneath them? You think every man can do that? I can. On the ocean, in the waves, while the machine is swinging back and forth and you got leads and weights. You think every man could do that? You think every man could run a tugboat? You think every man could run an ocean racer? You're an asshole. That's what you are. You're a big-mouthed asshole. So what I want is for you to show me your video of you working on your truck, or the truck that you mentioned in yesterday's comments. And I'll give you 24 hours. And if not, I'm going to block you from my page. And then Millie can go back to talking nonsense. Because Millie, as long as I know her, she's never really been able to comprehend reality well. She gets everything a little bit mixed up. Like yesterday, I was working in the back of my property on the shed that I described dozens of times, that's at the back of the cargo container, and I was taking a tarpaulin off a 6-foot by 7-foot shed, and she said, "Nah, so it's raining and your house leaks." I don't live there. I live here. How do you get from me taking a tarpaulin off a storage shed to my house leaking? Millie, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I used to think that you had a 65 IQ. I don't think that anymore. You'd be lucky if you scored 55. on a proper IQ test. You just don't have what it takes to comprehend reality. How do you go from me taking a tarpaulin off the back shed 30 feet away from the house to being that it's raining and I'm taking the tarpaulin off, being that it's raining on me while I'm taking that my house leaks? How do you go from that? You're a liar. And everything that you said about when that Jeff guy put the video up that I was dead, that's all a lie. I don't dislike you for that. I dislike you because you are you go along with what the slob does for a living, and the slob goes out with prostitutes every day. You condone that type of sickness. You're a piece of, in my opinion, you're a worthless human being. You condone a man going out with 3 or 4 prostitutes a day. To me, that just drops you down into a category where if you have oxygen, and if you don't have oxygen, no big deal. You are a worthless human being, in my opinion. You don't say hello to me anymore? Hello? Hello? No candy, no hellos. Yeah, Millie, you're worthless. You're a worthless human being. Oh, you got the slob. Yeah, he's talking about you. You go to the slob's page and tell the slob I'm talking about him. You're a rat on top of that, everything else. Do you see me going around to other people's pages calling you an idiot? No, I just do it on my page because you are an idiot. I mean, an idiot is an idiot. I can call you an idiot. I mean, you have no honor whatsoever. For a woman to condone prostitution, you've lost every bit of honor that was ever bestowed upon womanry, that you condone prostitution. You're a piece of garbage, Millie. Okay, so I got to check the water. Okay, let's check the water. Look at that beautiful container. Try to imagine what that container is going to look like with a giant mushroom man on the side of the container. Mushroom man! All right, it's time for me to end the live stream. Uh, all right, boys and girls. Goodbye for now. And now it's time to say goodbye to all my friends and foes. If you come to break my chops, I will surely make you goes away. I'm being Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines. And look how clean a painter I am. I'm so clean. I'm such a clean boy. I'm being Permy, which means take care always. From the Philippines, baby. From Mr. Congeniality himself. I'm the nicest guy I know. Ask me, I'll tell you. I come with my own references. Bye-bye for now. Oh, we need the glasses. There we go.